All right, good afternoon. I will call this regular session meeting to order. And I will call it to order at 4:01. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Lara?
Here.
Councilmember Fenn?
Here.
Councilmember Martinez?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Here.
Mayor Boyd?
Here. And City Attorney, can we get, well, do we have any public comments for this meeting?
I have no written requests. Simone, do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers at this time.
All right, Mr. Pinckney, can we get a readout of the items for discussion in closed session?
Yes, item B1 will be conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, and that's a workers' comp matter, and the case number is listed in the agenda. Item B2 is conference with legal counsel regarding potential initiation of litigation, one potential case. Item B3 is public employee performance evaluation. The title is the interim city manager. And then item B4 is conference with labor negotiators. The city designated representatives are Mike, Laura, and Julio Martinez. The employee organizations are listed in the agenda. Item B5 is conference with labor negotiators. The agency designated representative Henry Garcia or his designee, and the unrepresented potential employee is the city manager. And then item B6 is public employee employment, and the title of that position is city manager.
All righty, thank you for that, and we will adjourn to closed session at 4:02. All righty, good evening, and thank you for the patience, everyone. We apologize for being a little bit delayed today. All right, we are returning from closed session, so I'll call this regular session of the City Council meeting to order at 6:55. Can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Laura,
Here.
Councilmember Finn,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem White,
Here.
Mayor Voigt.
Here. And Mr. Pinckney, can we get a report out on closed session?
Yes, the council met in closed session. Item B1 was conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, a workers' compensation case. The case number is listed in the agenda. There was no reportable action taken. Item B2, conference with legal counsel regarding potential initiation of litigation, one potential case, no reportable action taken. Item B3, public employee performance evaluation, the title interim city manager, no reportable action taken. Item B4, conference with labor negotiators, the city designated representatives Mike Laura and Julio Martinez. The employee organizations are listed in the agenda. There was no reportable action. Item B5, conference with labor negotiators, the agency designated representative Henry Garcia, the unrepresented employee, potential employee, city manager, no reportable action. And item B6, public employee appointment, employment, and the title of that position, city manager. There was no reportable action taken in closed session, and that concludes the report out.
All right, thank you. If you guys would please join me in an invocation. You could stand if you'd like. Right. Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, we thank you so much for this time that we can be here together, Lord. Lord, we just pray that you will bless this council with discernment today, Lord, and that you will continue to be with us as we push through in your will, Lord. Lord, thank you for this time together. Thank you for all those here online and those that are with us in the audience. And Lord, be with this meeting today and in the weeks to come. In Jesus' name, amen. All right, and Councilmember Long?
Please place your right hand over your heart and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, and do we have any adjustments to the agenda or conflicts of interest to disclose?
We have none.
All right, seeing none, we will move on to our announcements and recognitions. We have, I believe, somebody here for our 2025 Transformative Corridor Connectivity Project of the Year.
Yeah, hi, Mayor. I'll take that one.
All right, excellent.
So, on January 22nd, Inland Empire Chapter of the American Public Works Association honored the 2nd Street Extension Project with the 2025 Transformative Corridor Connectivity Project of the Year. APWA recognizes public work projects that excel in such areas as transportation, structures, and environmental improvements. This award highlights the collaborative effort to create a safer, more connected Beaumont. We also thank Congressman Dr. Raul Ruiz for his continued support, including a $1 million award in federal funding for this project.
Yes, absolutely. Great job, you guys, and congratulations.
So we have the Larger Than Finance Award right over there. Several of my members, my staff members in the audience, including a representative from Raul Reese's office.
Great, excellent. Do we want to get a picture? Yeah, come on up. Yeah, we got a plaque.
Robert? All right.
We'll have
Just making sure.
You could come down in the front, add some others with us, and Lily as well. Yeah, that would be good. And two of you on either side. Lily, we'll put you in the middle. Oh, great.
A rose between two thorns.
Just want to say thank you to the team for the quick work that happened with that road and the access points that has given us. And thank you to Congressman for the funds in order to get that going. I know that that is definitely a road utilized by many all of the time. And I'm looking forward to the streetlight that will be added at the end of that as well. So that will help with those turning left. So thank you guys. That is awesome. All right, and then I think we have one other recognition, might be yours as well, for the County of Riverside Certificate of Recognition to the Public Works Department.
All right, thank you. So we're proud to share that the Riverside County Board of Supervisors has recognized Beaumont for our involvement in the Youth Community Core Program, which supports the communities across the 5th District. We would also like to take a moment to recognize Ashen Boer, who served as the Public Works intern during that time and took part of that program in the summer of 2025. Ashen showed impressive professionalism, initiative, and a strong commitment to public service. During his internship, he contributed to several important projects, including the CIP dashboard, land development and surveying efforts, permitting process, and street maintenance. His initiative and problem-solving skills were a great asset to our Public Works team, and he went above and beyond his assignments.
And I thank you to the Public Works team for taking on interns and the youth as well. It's nice to see continued pipelines for public servants, and so we appreciate you guys with the work that you do with that as well. All right, we will move on to item F, public comment period. Any one person may address the city council on any matter not on the agenda. If you wish to speak, please fill out a public comment form provided at the back table and give it to the city clerk. There is a 3-minute time limit on public comments. There will be no sharing or passing of time to another person. State law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking any actions brought up by these comments. Nicole, do we have any public comment?
I do. I have an in-person. Jennifer Freitas.
Okay, sorry. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and staff. My name is Jennifer Freitas. I am First Vice Regent and Service to America Chair of the Highland Springs Chapter, Daughters of the American Revolution. I also happen to be a longtime employee and citizen of the City of Beaumont. Our DAR chapter is launching 2 community projects this spring that highlight the nation's founding, our city's story, and the important contribution of local historic women, some of which have familial ties to the Revolutionary Patriots. The first is the Highland Springs Chapter NSDAR Geocache Trail celebrating America's 250th anniversary, a free educational trail that will guide families and youth groups to key historic sites in Beaumont, such as City Hall, the Beaumont Library, and our historic barrio, are in tying these locations to Revolutionary War events and themes, proving how the past and present are impactfully connected. The project is zero cost to the city, and some locations will feature a especially made QR code markers, like I have here, that making the experience interactively engaging. The project is designed to support education, tourism, and community pride as our nation approaches its semi-quincentennial. The second initiative is our Wonder Woman of the Past area project for Women's History Month this March. This rotating display will feature stories and images of notable women from the past area whose leadership, service, and everyday courage have strengthened our communities. Our goal is to place these displays at various locations throughout the pass. So far, our display will be featured at the Banning and Yucaipa libraries. We are actively working to secure a dedicated location here in Beaumont. Beaumont Library, they're under construction, so. We would be grateful for any suggestions regarding city or community venues that might be a good fit. Both projects grow out of DAR's mission of education, historic preservation, and patriotism, and we hope that they will offer meaningful, family-friendly ways for residents and visitors to connect with our shared lineage. Thank you for your leadership for supporting community initiatives and for everything you do to make our city a great place to live and serve. I welcome any thoughts or informal support from our council or staff, and my contact information is available through the city clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Awesome education opportunities, and we'll get some information and see where we can help house it.
Simone, do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers at this time.
All right, are there any, we'll move on to consent calendar then. Are there any items to be pulled for discussion? All right, do we have any public comment on consent calendar?
I have no written requests. Simone, do we have any callers on the line for consent?
We have no callers for consent at this time.
All right, then I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the items on consent calendar, items G1 through G8.
I'll second.
Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Laura,
Yes.
Councilmember Finn,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White,
Yes.
Mayor Voigt.
Yes. And that will take us to our youth council report.
No report tonight, Mayor.
All right, moving right along, we'll head to our public hearings. And we will start with our item I1, a public hearing to consider the approval of tentative parcel map 39066 to subdivide a 15.01 acre site into 2 parcels. And it looks like Jillian, you are here to give us our staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members, Jillian Fountain, Planning Staff. The item before you is a public hearing for tentative parcel map 39066, a request to subdivide a 15.01 acre property into 2 parcels located at the southwest corner of Highland Springs Avenue and East First Street within the Seneca Springs specific plan area. The site includes vacant land on the northern portion of an existing medical office and an existing medical office on the southern portion. No new development is proposed. The subdivision is for finance and conveyance purposes only. Although the property has 2 county APNs, it is legally considered 1 parcel. Approval of the tentative parcel map would correct this discrepancy and bring the property into compliance with the Subdivision Map Act and city regulations. The proposed subdivision is consistent with the general plan, specific plan zoning, and applicable development standards. Both resulting parcels are of adequate size and configuration to accommodate existing and future uses. Staff recommends the project be found exempt from CEQA under Section 15315, minor land divisions, as it creates fewer than 4 parcels, requires no variances, and meets all exemption criteria. Public noticing was completed, and no public comments have been received as of the time of the report preparation. On January 14th, the Planning Commission voted 4-0 to recommend and forwarded an approval of the project to the City Council. At this time, staff recommends the City Council hold a public hearing, adopt the findings of approval for tentative parcel map number 39066, approve tentative parcel map number 39066 PM 2025-0005, and direct staff to prepare a notice of exemption for the applicant to file with the county clerk recorder. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions, and the applicant is on the phone as well.
All right, thank you. I will open the public hearing at 7:09. Nicole, do we have any public comment?
Yes. I have an in-person of Greg Cochran.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Greg Cochran, and I live at 732 South Shinnecock Drive, Banning, California. Make sure we get that clear. I'm within the 1,000 feet of this project, and I'm here since I think I'm the only citizen here representing the citizens of the city of Beaumont, because I got this letter, and I think there's many, many items that the citizens are entitled to know about this split that aren't in this letter. And if I say, I called Jillian, spoke to her on the phone, very professional, very nice, very everything. But sad to say, the Planning Commission didn't ask any of the questions that don't pass the smell test for the citizens, if you're really working for the citizens, okay? One is, I said, what do they want, what are their plans for this split property? I was told they don't have any plans. Doesn't pass the smell test to me. They bought one property a long, long, long time ago, okay? And now all of a sudden, they just figured out, I was told, they thought it was 2 parcels then. And I also was told some people here at the city thought so too. Doesn't pass the smell test, okay? They have plans, they've been talking. The people have a right to know these things. And so there's other smell tests. I don't have time to get into them. I got 1 minute and 20 seconds left, okay? But the citizens have a right to know things about this property. How can they come here and speak intelligently about this if they don't know these things? And I ask each and every one of you council people to deny this tonight and get some of this information that the citizens are entitled to get. I got a letter because I'm within the district. I'm not even a citizen of this city, but I'm here for those citizens. They have a right to know these things because this kind of doesn't pass the smell test things happen in my city. And your council, or excuse me, your attorney person here today represents us too. So he knows these different things, okay? So I'm just asking you, do what's right for the people of your city. They're entitled to information. Now, they could say, well, not at this part of it or whatever. And I'm sorry, it just doesn't pass the smell test. They have plans. We'll know that they have plans by how soon they come back to you for another letter getting sent to me to explain things, okay? We will know, okay? But we should know those things now. The citizens have a right to know those things now. So I implore you to deny it and make them answer the people's questions so they can come here if they choose to and talk intelligently about the item. Not find out later that, we're getting what. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you. Nicole, do we have any other public comment?
We have on the line Bill Brooks from Rick Engineering for any questions by council. We also have Dave Sanders, the attorney representing the project as well, available on the phone for any questions.
Okay, great. I will go ahead and close the public hearing then at 7:14 if there's no other public comment. And I will open it up to council discussion. Councilmember Lara?
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor. Jillian, just to be clear, what it sounds like and what I've read is that the assessor had this down under one assessor's parcel number for both? Or
with the county, there was 2 separate parcels for the one lot.
2 separate parcels for the one lot?
2 APNs for the one lot.
Okay.
So when you look at Map My County, when you look at the records, it does show 2 parcel numbers. So they're coming in to do the legal split.
Okay.
Just come into conformance
So-
with
so
those
the
2
bound-
APNs.
I'm sorry. The boundaries of the second lot were not identified because both parcels were covering the one larger parcel. Do I understand that correctly then? So this is defining the boundaries of the second parcel?
Yes.
Okay. So when you look through the conditions of approval, you don't see any conditions that identify road improvements or signal lights or anything like that, because at this point in time, the property owner does not have a facility that they intend to put on it.
At this
But-
time, we have not received any proposals of development.
Okay, so once we do receive a proposal, as the property owner said, whom I appreciate being here this evening, said that the letter will go out. But at that point, they'll actually have a project to discuss and know exactly what is there. And so if there is opposition to whatever project A is, or whatever that is, then they would be able to voice their opposition at that time, and council would be able to hear those oppositions to that project. So that helps a lot. My last question is the zoning for this, is this zoned for commercial retail?
So it's in the specific plan for Seneca Springs, which allows for commercial in that area.
No warehouses in that
No,
area?
just commercial.
Okay, thank you very much, I appreciate
problem.
that. Thanks, Jillian.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Lara. Councilmember Fenn?
Councilmember Laura covered most of my questions, but could you just explain just briefly what that process would be, with it being just one parcel coming through? Would this be on a public hearing, or would it go to Planning Commission first? What would be the process so the public can understand and know what to look for in coming back?
So if somebody comes in with a project for that parcel that's going to be split now, that is empty, because currently the southern portion is developed. So the northern portion, if it does come in, it would come to planning, and the first step would be to go to Planning Commission for their review, depending on the entitlement type. So if it's a plot plan, it would just go to the Planning Commission, and the notice would be sent out again for public hearing.
All right, and then would that need to come back to council for approval, or can it just be, the
It would
governing
just
body
be
would just be the Planning Commission?
Yes, for a
Okay.
plot plan, it would just be the Planning Commission.
But it's, okay, and I appreciate you pointing out that public notice would go out again.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember White?
If a prospective project, because we've had this happen a lot, where you've asked us to do a plot plan or these tentative parcel map splits, and there was no project in mind, or at least we did not know of any project. If the project came back and it fit the zoning that was already there, would it ever come to council? Would it need to come to council?
No, if it's consistent with the zoning and the code, and they're not asking for any special provisions, it would stay with the Planning Commission for approval.
So, but still, if it was, you said it was zoned for commercial retail, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if it
If
came.
there was an appeal to the Planning Commission's decision, then you guys would see it,
Right,
yes.
if the planning commission turned it down for whatever reason. But if comes in as commercial retail and the planning commission is comfortable with the project, then it would never even come back to us, correct?
That is
Okay.
correct.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, just to follow up on that, thank you, Mayor. The planning commission can only follow what the entitlement is anyway, so they don't have the ability, just for public knowledge, to say we don't like that or we want this better, correct? If it's entitled for that and it's commercial, I'm not entitled, but if it's zoned for that.
Yeah,
and
if it's meeting
commercial-
all the zoning requirements, they could ask for special things, but if they are meeting the code, then it would stick with.
And I wanted to point that out because a lot of times there's misconception in the public that we have the ability to say yes or no to certain types of commercial and so forth.
Yes.
And I just want to
If it's in the code and it's allowed by right, then yes, they can.
thank you for clarifying. Thank you.
And just to know, council, the zoning code identifies all the uses that are permitted either by right or by conditional use permit. So that is something we can share with the public. So if they're concerned about certain uses that are sensitive coming in, the code is going to be clear on whether they're allowed or not.
And that is public information that you can get off the website, correct?
That is correct.
Would it be possible to give Mr. Cochran a list of what?
Absolutely.
Of what are approved for that?
Yes.
That current
Yeah.
zone? Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
One last comment, Mayor, I'm sorry. I know staff has been very good in, if there are suggestions and uses, potential uses, we are very open in sharing that with potential developers for those areas, is that?
Yeah.
So, I mean, if there's ideas or suggestions that come in, share them with staff.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. And I do believe that we have, I think the attorney you said for the property owner. So, excuse me, if I could just verify with you guys, you currently do not have any plans for that property or any projects in the works? Are they there?
We have to transfer them in.
Okay,
Give
sorry.
me just a minute. Simone, can you transfer in? Mr. Brooks, please.
Transferring now.
Thank you. Mr. Brooks, can you hear us?
This is David Saunders, the attorney.
Would you like to speak with Mr.
Either the
Saunders?
attorney, yeah, that's fine. Mr. Saunders, this is Mayor Voigt. I have just a question or point of clarification for you. We've been notified by our planning staff currently that there are no projects in the pipeline. I just wanted to confirm that with you.
Yes, I can confirm that. Let me confirm that this property.
Yeah, that's fine. Mr. Saunders, this is Mayor Voigt. I have just a question or point of clarification for you. We've been notified by planning staff currently that there are.
Mr. Saunders, you're going to need to mute your YouTube feed. We're getting the feedback.
Okay, this is Dave Saunders. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, the question was, is there any current plans for this property? Absolutely not. When this parcel is created as a separate parcel, this property will be put on market by the owner, Loma Linda University, and whatever that purchaser has in mind, that purchaser will follow the procedures of the city of Beaumont to determine the approved use, the zoning, any conditions of approval for that use. But we do not have any purchasers. So we simply cannot even guess what might occur at that property in the future.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your comments. And do we have any other discussion? Otherwise, I will entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'll move that we hold a public hearing, adopt the findings of the approval of the tentative parcel map number 39066, approve tentative parcel map number 39066, PM 2025-0005, and direct staff to prepare and notice of exemption to the applicant to file with the Riverside County Clerk Recorder.
And the public hearing was just held.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
I'll second.
All right, can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Voigt?
Yes. All right, that will take us to our action items. And we will move on to J1, classification and compensation study. And I believe Carrie Mendoza, you have our presentation.
I do. So thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I have Michael Mezra on Zoom for you this evening to prepare and give you the final results of the classification and compensation study. And it's a receive and file at the end of it. So Michael, if you're there, we will turn it over to you.
All right, thank you so much, Carrie. I appreciate the introduction. Again, my name is Michael Mastraki. I'm a project manager from Evergreen Solutions, and we've been working on the compensation and classification study for the city. I've got a presentation I'm going to pull up right now. Let's see. Okay, you guys are able to see this okay?
Yes, we can see it.
All right, perfect. All right, so I'm going to take you through a few items. First, I want to take you through what were the overall goals of the compensation classification study. Next, I'll take you through what were the overall project phases and where are we at in the overall timeline as we sit with the recommendations today. And then touch on the major findings, both from an internal perspective on your current compensation and classification structures, as well as our external findings on how those structures are comparing against other organizations right now. And then lastly, take you through where our recommendations stand today. So as far as our goals go for the process, any compensation classification study really has three major objectives. The first objective is to do a comprehensive review of what you have in place today now vis-a-vis your compensation classification structures. So understanding how are they designed, what are the policies that govern them, how well are they, how effective are they at meeting the needs of the organization, and just how well are they designed from a function standpoint right now. The next major point would then be the external comparison. So understanding what's the prevailing practice and the prevailing rates related to compensation out in the marketplace right now, and how do the rates offered by the city compare to that? So establish an overall competitive position with peer organizations across a variety of jobs that you have at the organization, essentially, and see how far ahead or behind is the organization across a variety of jobs as well as in an overall context. And then finally, the third tenet of this project is really to provide recommendations back to the city to bring you closer in line with where you want to be. So for us, we consider ourselves, here to aid the city in getting from point A to point B and helping you identify where do you want to compete, where do you want to see yourself philosophically as it relates to compensation, and how can we help you get there and close the gaps we identified from where you are today. As far as the overall project phases go, there's really four main phases. The very beginning was a project initiation. This is when we met with HR and really set the parameters for the study and made sure we had a good understanding of what the scope would be. This entailed us doing a lot of homework on the organization and getting an understanding of what is it you all have in place today and how does it all function. This was also a lift on the HR team to provide us a variety of data points and a variety of items that we requested at the very onset of the study. The next phase was the internal review, and this involved us actually coming on site. We had 4 team members come out to Beaumont and meet with the majority of employees across the organization. We had what we call employee outreach sessions, which consisted of 2 different types of in-person sessions. We had orientations that let employees know what this process is all about, kind of a town hall, and then let them ask us questions about the study, and as well as set fair expectations for them for the process. In addition to that, we also held focus group sessions, which allowed employees to provide us feedback on how they are perceiving things are working right now as it relates to things like compensation and classification. In addition to that, this also set up for us conducting the job assessment tools with the employees. These job assessment tools are essentially a survey where employees can provide to us updated job descriptions based on what they are doing today at a individual position level. They get to weigh in on what about their job description may not be fully up to date or fully relevant to what they're doing right now. Then the third phase was with the external review. This is where we identified who we were going to be surveying through this process, and what organizations would we be comparing your compensation and benefit structures to ultimately, the whole total rewards package. And we went out and conducted that primary survey. So this was us collecting data for specifically this study. As of this fiscal year, reaching out to those peers HR departments and gathering all that information and then synthesizing it and determining where do you guys sit right now. And then lastly, the recommendation phase is where we're at now. At the end of the study, we've identified an updated classification structure, new compensation plans for the organization, as well as we've provided some recommendations as it relates to system administration or maintenance of these plans moving forward, should you adopt what we're proposing. So on the internal review component, what we found when we met with employees in those focus group sessions, we asked them a variety of questions related to topics about the study. You know, what do they see as the strengths and weaknesses of all these different topics? We found that overall, the big items that employees cited for us as strengths of the organization were that the job security and the stability, that's what really drew them in and what kept them here. They also cited health benefits and retirement. Again, these are all typical things that we would see in most local governments. We get responses of this nature pretty commonly. The third bullet, though, is not necessarily one we get as common, was that employees really cited the work environment and the culture. Some organizations we hear that, some we don't hear that so much. It's a good sign that we heard it as much as we did when we did meet with folks when we were out there. However, we're out there to hear for concerns as well. On the weaknesses side of things, employees cited their number one concern being high workload levels. This was probably the biggest thing we heard across all the different groups, and we met with all the various departments and different employee classifications. That workload was a major concern across the organization. Additionally, there was concern if competitive with the local market. And then lastly, and again, it's something we heard come up over and over again, due to the size of the city, concern about limited career progression opportunities, that there's not a lot of ability to continue to promote up. There may be one promotion in their future, but there's not too much down the line ultimately, and you can feel stuck. As we did our internal review or assessment of your current organization, these were the major findings that we had about your current structure. So from a classification standpoint, we found that overall the classification structure was pretty well designed and it seems to be appropriate for the current reporting structure. We felt that the positions were relatively appropriate aligned. However, we did find that there were some job series that had leveling concerns where there were multiple levels of job series where the type of work really being done was essentially the same. So for some of your job series, there's a true differentiation between who's a level 1 and a level 2, and this is hardline certification requirement to be across level 1 and level 2. For some of the other job series, that's not the case, and there was a much more blurred line between what was a level 1 and 2, and in some instances, you don't even have anyone performing at that level 1 function as well. In addition to that, we did find that there were some jobs that needed some titling convention updates. This is very common to see in organizations, especially local government, where the concept of who's an assistant, who's a specialist, who's a coordinator gets blurred, and what is really the difference or the hierarchy across those jobs and uniformity of their use. It's something that gets out of tilt over time. So, and then lastly, we found that there were some minor updates that we're going to be recommending to job descriptions to update to reflect, current requirements and tasks. And this was based on what was identified from the employees and the supervisors during that job assessment tool process. On the external review or the market survey, when we looked at how competitive you were on your overall compensation compensation structure, both for salaries as well as benefits, these were the peers that were included in that overall survey. It is a mix of both local market peers who are very much within commuting distance, and some that are a little bit further afield that are very comparable to you from an operational standpoint. Now you'll notice we did include some transportation and utility agencies on there as well to make sure we had better representation for transit and your wastewater department as well, because not every single one of your peers necessarily has those functions. So we had to include some additional specific peers to make sure we're having an appropriate volume of matches for all the various jobs you employ. As it relates to the overall findings of the market survey, is a few things that are going on here that I want to contextualize. One is that when we talk about these market peers here, we know that some of them are located within the same county as you and some are further afield. What we were able to do, though, is use a cost of living adjustment so that all of the organizations were looked at in terms of the dollars spent within your immediate market within Riverside County, essentially. And so if someone was over in San Bernardino County or another county altogether, we were able to adjust for their regional cost of living differences. So when we talk about the results here, that does incorporate that regional cost of living adjustment. And what you're seeing here is a comparison of a few things. So the numbers under the minimum, midpoint, and maximum columns there, that's referring to the salary ranges. The way we arrived at these figures was by looking at the comparison of a salary range for all the various benchmark classifications that we surveyed, and we established how far off the market average was each of your salary ranges versus the market average salary range. When we aggregated that across all of the positions that we surveyed, we found that overall, at the minimum of your salary ranges, you're about 8.3% behind the market right now. You're lagging the market by about 8.5, 8 to 8.5% at the minimum of your ranges. At the midpoint of your ranges, that's about 9.5%, and at the maximum of your ranges, that's about 10.5%. When we looked at this from a total compensation perspective, when we looked at the benefits comparison, that number was closer to about 4 to 4.5% behind in terms of the benefits, and then the blended total compensation number would then be about 7% behind the market. Now, there are a couple of things that are really critical to understand about, particularly the benefits comparison there. One, when we talk about benefits comparisons, it's not nearly as straightforward as looking at something as structural as salary ranges. Benefits, we assume employees are extracting the maximum value of the allotted package, since there's no way of knowing what employees utilize what or how much they value a given benefit versus another, not only within your organization, but employees at other organizations. And so as a result, we can only compare maximum value to maximum value, essentially. In addition to that, one of the things on the benefits packages, because the city just recently adopted adjustments to its cafeteria plan, we have reflected that in these results here. However, what we don't know is if your peer organizations have also made adjustments to their cafeteria plan in this latest cycle. So we are showing you guys as gaining ground from a total reward standpoint based on that adjustment. Prior to you making that adjustment, we found you were about 10% behind in total compensation, directly in line with where we were seeing your salary ranges. So essentially the benefits were a wash prior to this adjustment, and it's potentially you may have gained some ground, but we don't know that for certain until we would see what your peers have done in the last couple of months in terms of when things get published. So as far as where our recommendations stand today, overall, we are recommending some minor classification changes. Again, this is to really bring things in line with a couple of our findings there as it relates to the leveling concerns on some of the job series, as well as the title conventions and bringing them to be more uniform and more evenly applied across the organization. The second piece is additionally related to the classification structure. It would be that we would recommend a review of the job descriptions and some updating of those job descriptions based on what we identified through the job assessment tool process, as well as we've made recommendations for the FLSA status of the various positions based on the job content we found as well. Again, not anything particularly large on these two. These are a little bit more housekeeping items as it relates to the classification structure. The bigger piece, though, is getting to the compensation structure. So one of the things that we noted about your current compensation structure was that it has a little bit different step design than your peers. While the step plan design that you have isn't completely out of line with what your peers are doing, and that it's a step-based structure. It is a unique way that you have it laid out, where you've got a large number of steps, and all positions are assigned to this giant database of steps, essentially. Most organizations work from a step and grade system instead, where they have a grade that has a set number of steps within it, and then positions are then subsequently assigned to grades. We're recommending you move towards something like most of your peers and most local governments use, which is a grade-based system. And we're recommending that you go to 7 steps. Right now, I've got on the screen a 4.8%. We've been going back and forth with the city between 4.8 and 5. I believe we've landed at 5% is probably the best way forward. So this slide's a little out of date. What that would mean is that there would be 7 steps for all of the various pay grades that we're recommending, and there would be a 5% progression between each of those steps across those 7 steps. That would bring you in line with what the majority of your peers are doing right now, which is giving about a 5% increase between steps, and most have around 7 steps presently. So the design of the structure itself would be brought in line with what your peers are doing. In addition to that, this new structure is aligned to the market average. So we have set it up from a philosophical standpoint to align with the average of the peer data that we received back on this survey. So trying to close the gap from where you stand today. And we do that by not just designing the structure to be in line with the average, but by assigning positions to pay grades that are aligned with the market average overall. So trying to minimize the gaps on individual positions and how far off the market they may have been. Now, given that, we do have recommendations for what you have to do next. So in order to adopt this structure, it means that we had to have gone through and assigned all the positions to their pay ranges. And then once we've assigned them to pay ranges, the question becomes, how do you transition employees into those pay ranges? And so we have modeled a few different options for your consideration. We do think that some of these have better alignment with the city's compensation philosophy than others. But these are essentially different pathways on how to place employees in the ranges we're recommending. The very first one is what we call bring the closest step. This is essentially a baseline approach. What this does is it looks at an employee's current salary, it looks at the range they've been assigned to, and it looks for their salary versus the step values in that proposed range, and it simply takes their salary and rounds it off onto the next highest step within the range they've been assigned to. So what that means essentially is it does put everybody on a step within the new plan. It does make sure that you activate the plan, but it does not create any realignment, and it does not create any spacing between employees than where things were today. It simply rounds folks off. The downside of the upside of this approach is that it is very simple. It's very straightforward. The downside is that it can create compression where there was not compression previously, or it can exacerbate compression within the structure because you are essentially not you're increasing the salary floors to catch yourself up to market, but you are not realigning against those floors in any way. You're simply rounding folks off. The next three options, however, the class, hybrid, and tenure parity options, seek to solve that problem of compression through the concept of time. And it's just a matter of these different parity options vary on what time basis they're considering. A classification parity tries to do this adjustment or placement of employees' salaries against the steps based on how long they've been in their current classification. So what that means is if we have 7 steps, if somebody's a 5-year accountant, they would be placed on step 5. And if that's their current role, they've been in the role for 5 years, they're placed on step 5. The tenure parity conversely looks not just at how long they've been in their current classification, but how long they've been with the city overall. So if we take that accountant who's been with the city for 5 years, if they had spent 10 years as an accounting technician previously, under the tenure parity, they would get the 10 years of credit as an accounting technician, as well as the 5 years of credit as an accountant. So they would be maxed out at the very end of their step plan. Under the hybrid parity option, that would be a little bit different. So it wouldn't simply give only the 5 years as the accountant. It wouldn't give all of the time straight. Instead, it would give full credit to the time spent in your current classification and partial credits at 50% rate given to time spent in any other classification at the city, essentially. The last option on here is a compa ratio. This is a different pathway altogether. The compa ratio is basically the idea of looking at what is the salary progression employees have achieved today and transferring that progression from their current ranges into the new range. So an example would be if somebody makes exactly their midpoint today or the mid-step of the range right now, they would make roughly, the midpoint or the closest you can get to the mid-step of the range in the new plan, essentially. And so that it is a direct look at what is the salary progression I've made against my current range and then receiving that progression transferred over to the new plan. This can be very appropriate for when catching up to market. When adjusting from one plan to another and really trying to close the ground on market, because this does not create any new compression. This does not realign salaries. This really keeps the same hierarchy you've already established. The only downside of a compa ratio, particularly for an organization that has found itself to be behind market, is that if there have been times where you've been placing external hires more aggressively more recently because your ranges are behind, the compa ratio would essentially continue to move that advanced placement they've achieved at time of hire, they would receive that same advanced placement in a range that now is market competitive. And so there can be a little bit of a disconnect between policy and structure, depending on if that's been a past practice or a concern at all. So that is one of the drawbacks of the comp ratio approach, potentially. So beyond adoption of the compensation structure itself, there are some other system or maintenance recommendations that we have. We would recommend the city continue to pursue conducting small-scale salary surveys on an ad hoc basis. These could be done completely in-house. This does not necessarily need to be done with an outside consultant, but that this continue to be looked on. And this is something the city has been doing and has provided us examples in some of the work they've been doing in the past few years. We simply recommend they continue doing what they're doing. In addition to that, we would recommend a comprehensive study be looked at every 3 to 5 years, probably closer to the 5-year marker, unless there's a lot of org changes or a lot of staffing changes where the work has really changed at the organization. But on a 5-year time frame, it's good to do a comprehensive review of all the job duties and responsibilities, as well as checking in on the market. And then lastly, we do have a series of recommendations in our report that will cover recommendations to revising various practices and policies as it relates to the compensation and classification structures, so that should the city adopt what we're proposing, your policies are in line with the new structure that we're recommending. So an example would be making sure you're looking at an appropriate hiring placement policy that you have that aligns with the new steps should you adopt them. And that's everything I have for you right now. Carrie, I will hand it back to you.
Thank you, Michael. So council, this is before you this evening is just a receive and file. I think I have direction to move forward with negotiations with various units based on the data received.
All right, well, before we move forward, let's see if we have any public comments.
I have no written requests. Simone, do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers at this time.
All right, and council, do we have any discussion? All right, then yes, you do?
Yes. Quick question. Could you just review, you lost me on the cons of the comp ratio?
The comp
Sure.
ratio?
So, yeah, it's a little in the weeds, but it is something that we do see, especially with organizations that are in your particular position. So let's take an example today. Let me come up with one quick here. Let's say you had a salary range for a position that right now you offer 60 to 80,000, but you could only really get a candidate if you offered something much closer to that 80,000 right now, because your range is behind where your peers are. So ideally, you wouldn't be hiring candidates so close to that maximum of 80,000. But if that's, you have to hire them at 75 because that's the going rate right now, you're hiring them at a very advanced rate inside their range simply to be competitive with market. So they're pretty far progressed. Their comp ratio percentage would be very high because it's about the percentage of the midpoint, which in this case would be well above the midpoint. We'd be hiring them in that. So under this example, you've hired somebody in very aggressively, far into the range. There's not a lot of room left. Then this study comes, we find that this range wasn't appropriate, that it was behind market. We're going to fix the salary range and we're going to shift it. So instead of it going 60 to 80, now it's going to go 70 to 90. And that number that you offered them now is firmly in the middle of the range. It's not so close to the end of the range. But the comp ratio would assume that their placement in the range was appropriate. And so it would still give them the same relative progression. So they would if they were 3/4 of the way through the range before, they'll be 3/4 of the range in the new range, even though the dollar amount you just offered them, maybe a year or two ago would have been market competitive, but you hired them in more aggressively. Does that make sense?
It does. So in your example, then, they wouldn't come in at the mid-range. The range would be adjusted, and then they would come in sort of at the same percentage of the range that they had achieved before we started looking at this, correct?
Yeah, so that's what the comp ratio does. It's simply, it's a very black and white. It looks at what percentage have I achieved so far, and it maintains that. Now, for new hires, it doesn't pose any new challenges. That's one of the upsides of adopting the new ranges, is that new hires would have an appropriate range to be reviewed upon and placed in. It's simply a concern for if you've had to get aggressive with your placement at time of hire, and that's an if. It's not necessarily that you've had those instances, but that if that's occurred, you may want to consider that as you potentially adopt this option. It's not saying you couldn't go this route. It simply means you may want to put some qualifiers or some caps or some contingencies on this option to make it more appropriate. And that goes for all of these options. I'm kind of describing them in their purest form, but it is not unusual to put some qualifiers on these options to make them more appropriate for an organization. And I'll give you another example. A lot of our clients we work with consider one of the parity options. A hybrid parity in particular is something that's pretty common or fairly popular amongst our clients, but some organizations will say we don't want to adjust all the way up to the maximum of the range. So they don't want to go all the way to step 7 when they're looking at potentially realigning folks. They may say we'll realign people up to, say, step 4 or 5, and we're comfortable with that. We don't want to cap people out at the point of implementation. We want there to still be some room for some growth to occur. So that's a consideration as well, that these options can be amended to best fit the needs of the city, of course.
And then does a city make a decision to go with one of the options across all grades, or is it sort of you adjust based on different grades, different positions?
That's a really good question. So I'll give you two answers. One is most of our clients do elect to have one-size-fits-all approaches, and they'll just tailor the approach to try to fit the needs of all these different scenarios. Some organizations we work with, though, will adopt different implementation options for different employee groups. Sometimes they'll adopt one for a non-union, and then they'll negotiate something different with the union. Some will do something different for public safety than from general employees. There are different options. There is the possibility to do that, and it's not inappropriate at all. We see that from time to time, and it's just based on the organization, the design of the structures they have for their different employees, and a lot of times the bargaining status sometimes too.
Okay, thank you. That helps. Thank you, Mayor.
Absolutely. Any other discussion? All right, Carrie, you have your direction? All right. Thank you very much. And we will make that a receive and file. All right, we are going to move on to J2, which is our update on the Cherry Festival 2026 planning efforts. And the staff report is by you guys?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, very good.
Well, thank you, Mayor and Council. This is just a brief update on what we've been doing as staff, along with the Cherries of the Past Foundation, the past few months on coordinating the 2026 Cherry Festival event. And Ari from the foundation is here as well. I think, oh, there she is. Hello. So wanted to give you just a brief update. We've been meeting on a biweekly basis and identifying the various aspects of the site plan, getting everything ready, talking to PD, to traffic control, identifying an RFP that we might be looking to do pretty soon for traffic control. And overall, looking at public outreach with the help of Julie, identifying how the city is going to be promoted throughout the outreach for this event. But also looking at the costs overall for public safety, fire, traffic control, et cetera. So tonight, we just wanted to get direction from you, whether to proceed and go forward with the application for rental facility or provide another option. So I'll just open it up to you. That's all we have to provide. We also have, like I said, Ari to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. We appreciate that. And Nicole, do we have any public comments on this item?
I have no written requests. Simone, do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers at this time.
All right, very good. Well, I just kind of wanted to start off this discussion with regards to it. First off, I want to say thank you to staff. I know that you guys have been working really hard with regards to this and for the partnerships that we have. And really today, what my hope for is this discussion here in open session is to be an honest, transparent discussion about where we want to see the Cherry Festival going for 2026 and what that looks like, and to provide clear direction to the staff on what that looks like. So I appreciate all that we have here in the audience, and I thought that maybe I would start off and kind of have a quick discussion with regards to my feelings and my thoughts and what I kind of see as a potential option moving forward. So when I think about the Cherry Festival, I think about an excellent event for our community. I think about a long-standing event. I think about something that my family enjoys. I think last year I made the comment that it's one of the things that walking around the carnival is so fun for our families and for Addie and I to be able to go. And of course, hearing the entertainment and things along those lines. As we look at the partnerships that we have continued to build for this and that we continue to push towards, we consistently hear that this is a city event. A city event with the Cherries of the Past as well. And over the last couple weeks, that has continued to ring in my head consistently. And to kind of think about long-term plans, future plans, see what we can do. And for me, and in speaking with Councilmember White, who also is the liaison to Cherries of the Past, and I am the liaison with the Parks District, as we kind of began to have some discussions and further strategies, we thought about alternates. And so my goal in bringing this forward today is really to think about what options we have and what options I would like to see. I don't want to be the one that kills the Cherry Festival, obviously, and I think we've all said that. I don't think any of us do, and nor do I think that that is any type of intention, especially because, as I stated, this is such an important event. But I do think that as we are continuing to support the event and put forth money towards the event, that oftentimes there's ways to look at it to get creative and to think about those long-term aspects. So one thing that I did discuss in full transparency as I started that my discussion off today is there another place in the city that we can hold it? Now, we have been having discussions with moving forward with an application with renting Noble Creek from our partners at the Parks District. And we have also previously held this event at Stewart Park, which we all know currently can't be held at Stewart Park. So as I thought through this process in my mind, really trying to come up with other options, our current property that we own on Beaumont Avenue, which is a vacant piece of property, which is potentially our future site for the police department, I started to think, is this an option? It's an open piece of property. It's fairly flat when you drive past and you look at it. It has good access from Beaumont Avenue. It gives us the opportunity to be on a main street. And so I proposed that option. And I had a conversation about it. And we continued to kind of have a discussion about it. I asked staff if they thought this was a doable circumstance and if we were able to do it. And my thoughts were that we bring that discussion forward. And really, my thoughts behind that is this something that the city continues to push forward long-term with? Do we continue? I think right now, based off of the MOU that we currently have, the city will be putting forth around $250,000. Is this even something that the council has an appetite for? And I really felt like it was important that we have this conversation openly. And so that's kind of my lead into this conversation. And really to kind of hear my counterpart's side of things. Since I really can only have a conversation with one other council member, I think it's important that we, bring forth these discussions and these items transparently. So that's kind of my little pitch. I'm not taking Noble Creek off of the consideration. I want that to be clear. I don't think that that's not an option either, but I do want to make sure that we're also having some other discussions as well. So, yes, Councilmember Finn?
Just a quick question for staff. So a little bit of so we can understand a little bit of history from the city's point of view. How many years have we contributed financially to the Cherry Festival outside of providing police and fire support services?
Well, I'm going to turn that over to Ari. Would you know the answer to that, how long you've been getting donations? If you could come up here, Ari?
Good evening. I am not 100% sure. I've been a part of the Cherry Festival planning for, I think this would be my 4th year. Since then, at least, but I believe Mayor Pro Tem White had kind of a brief idea also about when you've been contributing or for how long.
Well, I know as long as I've been on council,
Okay.
we have always been approving the police and the fire. I would think, about 7, 8 years ago, we started doing the additional 100,000 for the entertainment.
Because I know we were doing it since I was here, but I didn't know how long prior to that, and I've been on the council for 5. so-
My understanding is that it was long before I was on council as well, as far as the process was that the police, or that the Cherry Festival Association would come to us and ask us to contribute police services. And as far as I can remember, as far as I've been involved with the city, that's been the case. I think one of the points that we're struggling with here, and this is that our move from Stewart Park showed that we were contributing a lot more than just police and fire, because we were contributing the location. We were doing stuff like transportation. And so I think that is the struggle that we're having right now, moving from Stewart Park to another location. I hope that answers your question.
That's helpful, thank you.
Okay.
I'm good for now, Mayor.
Did you have anything else?
Yeah, let me go a little bit further on that then. So it has been my hope I've always felt that the regional park, the Noble Creek, was a perfect location for this. And it was a struggle the first year or two, because everyone was getting our footing. I know I didn't, but I don't think the council realized how much we were subsidizing it, because we owned the property. And so I think it's been a struggle to recreate the same experience that we had at Stewart Park to Noble Creek. And I think, my hope was a couple of years ago, the hope was that we'd start to get this ironed out and we'd be in a position where we knew what our future was going to be, and that we wouldn't be where I think we still are, which is we really don't know what 2027 is going to look like. And as we struggle through working through the 3 primary associations, the Parks District, the Cherries of the Pass, and the City of Beaumont, that I don't know that we're making any progress. I don't know that we're in a position where we can say what's going to happen next year. And I don't want to be gifted a shirt that says, I killed the Cherry Festival. So I think we've got to find a way to do it. I think the suggestion of looking into the Cougar Beaumont Avenue property gives us some options to look at. I think from our general early discussions, it's clear that it would require a larger investment from the city if we took on the role of the landlord, as what the Parks District is doing. But I think we really need to get to a point where we are moving forward, and we're not every year at this point where we're still in a position this year that to make a change is going to be difficult because we've run out of time again. And I'm hoping that we can come to some kind of plan to continue to move forward. And I do think we need to consider all of our options. And right now, as far as I'm concerned, there's only 2 options on the table, and that's Noble Creek with the Parks District as the landlord, or the Beaumont Avenue Cougar property with the city as the landlord. And so that's That's why both the mayor and I wanted to bring this open to an open discussion to see what the rest of you think.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I think this probably leads us to a good time to have a discussion is this feasible, right? I think that's ultimately the question that we have on the table. And I think that there's probably quite a bit of things that we have to consider with regards to that. So, Mr. Vestal, I'm going to kind of ask you some quick questions and maybe ask for you to elaborate a little bit more on some of the investigation that you guys have been doing. So obviously, I think the most pointed question that we can have is it safe to grade a field and roll it and hold a festival there? What are the considerations for power, water, restrooms, security, fencing, traffic, parking? And what does that logistics look like? And I would like you to also elaborate on cost, and what your preliminary research has shown.
I do have an exhibit that shows the 2024 Cherry Festival kind of overlaid onto the 30 acres. If that would be helpful, we can show that at that
Yeah.
time.
Please.
Is this the 24 or the 25 festival?
25, I'm sorry.
25, okay.
Yeah, 2025. If I can have IT show my monitor.
I can see the baseball diamond.
I don't know how to make this full screen.
If you click on the X for the bookmarks, that should expand it.
The X by the bookmark.
To the left. Right there.
That one?
You should be able to close the one on the right with the right arrow on the side panel. On the left-hand side of the side panel.
You guys are making me feel.
Yes. Go over to your left a little bit. Down.
Nicole to the rescue.
Thank you, Nicole.
We can get Blue Beam.
He's an engineer, not IT.
Yeah. All right. All right. I may need a reminder of some of the
Absolutely.
questions you had.
So I think you're answering the question on it is, to a certain extent, is this feasible and what does the parking look like? Or, obviously this is a rough draft and a suggestion, but if you could just kind of give us an overview of what the thoughts are here.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll start with what I'm very comfortable at, which is not Adobe. The parking lot. In laying out, so this is 30 acres. The parking lot is assumed to be, or proposed to be, in 10 acres, with 10 acres providing for appropriate fire lane widths of 28 feet or larger. We can fit approximately 1,320 stalls on a very conceptual basis.
Of course.
The thought process here is that Beaumont Avenue would be the primary entrance and exit. They would enter on the north side of that 10 acres, shown by the black arrows. They would exit, patrons of the site would exit on the southerly part. This configuration would allow the most stacking in Beaumont Avenue and sufficiently spaced from the Stater Brothers Commercial Center to hopefully avoid a lot of interference from them or interference to their service. And there's no residential entrances here in this vicinity as well. Beaumont Avenue would be striped for 3 lanes, a dedicated stacking lane for the event, and then a bypass through lane in both the north and south directions. Traffic control would be provided by a contractor, excuse me. And then Cougar, coincident with the event, would be closed to through traffic. However, the traffic consultant would permit buses, emergency vehicles, and potentially VIPs to access Cougar. That would really be locked down and not open to every other type of traffic. So you can see that the event from 2025, thank you, Councilmember Lloyd, Councilmember White, excuse me, fits in there. The efficiency of this site is significantly better than the Noble Creek, just in terms of the configuration. You could probably fit about 50% more activity or general area there. Mayor, your first question, is it safe? So staff would have to invest several resources into making this site safe. It's a vacant field right now with kind of a meadowy grass. The idea would be either we keep that grass or we remove that grass and disc, till, drag, and then compact the dirt into a appropriate compaction that satisfies our building official and makes this site relatively ADA accessible. We still would have to verify that paths to specific events, specific areas were sufficiently flat to avoid like tripping hazards for Carrie's sanity. There are several methods to do this. I kind of listed a few. There's also an optional soil binder that we can discuss, at any time to help with dust control. However, I do not feel that that is a mandatory option. It would just be a option the city could use to minimize dust. In terms of water, Beaumont Cherry Valley Water District would provide the water. There's a fire hydrant that we could pull water and store on site. I'll get in the cost at the end if that's okay with you, Mayor.
Yeah.
The site would need, there is no electricity there, so the site would need to run on generators. It's my understanding that the carnival or certain elements bring their own generators. However, other generators may be needed to support ancillary functions or other functions not covered specifically by what the carnival brings. The parking lot will need lights and generators, and we do have an estimate for that again, I'll discuss as part of the cost. The site would need security fencing. Staff feels predominantly on the west, which if you could see my cursor would be this property line here, and then the south. That would prevent off-roaders or other people trying to enter the site from the field side of it. Staff also feels that we could barricade Beaumont Avenue sufficiently to, prevent people trying to jump in between the deodar trees.
That was
And
going to
then-
be a question. Thank you.
Yeah. And then, like I said, Cougar will be shut down, so there should be no traffic flow other than the buses and emergency vehicles. Security guards, we do anticipate the need for security guards. This is a vacant property, kind of remote-ish. So while equipment is out there, I do recommend that security guard is provided. I will need
I think the only other concerns I think I had outstanding, fire concerns. I think we discussed the ADA compliance. We discussed the electricity. We discussed the water, the lights, the security guards, the fencing. So I would think just in regards to fire mitigation or concerns with it, being around in an open field.
Sure. So if the grass is green, that should help a little bit, but if it is dead, part of the site preparation will be to remove that dead grass. The tilling, the compacting of it should mitigate that. There are fire hydrants nearby. I'm certainly not an expert on fire, and I don't want to speak with them, but they've looked at it tentatively, and I believe that they feel that the site can be used appropriately for this event.
And then I know that we do have the school situated right across. And typically this event has been a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday event. So, do we have any thoughts on the timing or the time frame? I know that that's also been a discussion. I don't know if the dates have been solidified. But I know that, and I'm not sure if Ari from Cherries of the Past or Gus, if you can speak to that, or if we know.
Yes. So historically, and what will be happening this year as well, it falls, the festival falls the weekend after Memorial Day. So this year it will be May 28th through May 31st. On Thursdays and Fridays, we do not open our gates until 5 p.m., so it will be after school hours. So there shouldn't be any traffic around that area for school being in session. However, I'm not too sure if the school district has any events after the fact. So that's something that I haven't discussed or confirmed with the school district. I would say the only conflict of time where there would be activity on festival grounds and during school hours would probably be that Monday after the festival. That is when everything is cleared out from the carnival. So if we're able to not use Cougar Way and just have all of our carnival trailers be able to be pulled out from Beaumont Avenue, then that might be able to not conflict with the traffic.
Okay, very good. I appreciate that. And then I know that their egress, I guess, and maybe this is a fire question also, but ensuring that we have multiple points of exit. Are there concerns around that? I know that I believe previously the Parks District, in order to meet compliance, did have to add in some gates, I think, if I remember correctly. So is there any concerns around that?
No. One of the good things about this location is that the spacing in between the deodar trees offers plenty of entrances and exits. So we would just have to mitigate or move the barricades in the event that there's an emergency or to enhance the operation of it.
All right, very good. I think I hit quite a few questions for now. Thank you, Robert, for all of that. Councilmember Fed?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. So if we were to try to pay, require, pay for parking to help offset some of the additional costs, is there a thought in there on how we would stage that so it's not backing up cars onto the street? Is there room for that? It looks like you took advantage of trying to do every possible parking space, available. Is that number of spacing really needed, for 1,300 cars? I don't know how many parking we had last time or how many people took the bus, but I think that's something, should we do that, they'd have to get onto the site, off the street, pay for their spot, and then be able to find a spot and then to park.
Sure. So last year, I believe there was approximately 1,300 stalls at the Noble Creek location, so this is comparable.
Okay.
I think additional thought should be put into this layout if we are going to have a paying for parking. The throat on the entrance is long enough that we could have the pay portion at the very westerly portion of that and reroute the cars in a.
So if your map was pulled up, they pull in from the right-hand side, and the little toll booth, we'll call it, would be towards the left, and then they would then head south and go park from there. We just have like a little rope up or something to keep them in line so they don't cut left, before the toll booth, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly, this is just a concept drawing, but.
Understood.
We would put a
But the
little
intent
more
would be
effort
to get
into
them
it.
off the street onto the site and then take care of the paying and parking and all that.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. I think it is doable, but probably not in the current configuration.
Understood. Okay, thank you.
All right, I think I'm going to hit you with the looming question, which is overall cost. So if you could kind of drill down into the cost on, what this would cost.
Sure. There are several components, and it's kind of laid out in separate columns, I guess. So we have what council has invested last year, which was approximately $250,000. I think that money, and Gus, you can correct me if I'm wrong, is still applicable. So you'd start with the 250,000 commitment you made last year. The elements that I described just now, the new elements would add an additional cost of $162,000 to this event. That's not with the optional soil binder, but it doesn't seem like maybe that's not an option.
Without soil binder?
Yeah, without.
Could you
the
go
soil
into that
binder.
just a little bit? Because I know you did kind of briefly speak about the dust control. Can you just elaborate a little bit on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So we got a quote for a soil binder that would be a topical treatment for the dirt. It's like a glue coagulant for dust. It just keeps it settled. It's not perfect, but it's a topical treatment that'll help the dust. It'll break down over time, and unfortunately, the cost is significant, and the benefit may not be.
Okay.
Worth it.
With the binder, what was the cost?
For the new task, the cost was $325,000.
825 is not just the soil binder.
Not just the soil. It is the traffic control, site water, parking lots, site fencing, security, and the optional soil binder.
And just to keep in mind, the soil binder itself is 163,000 of that, correct?
That's correct.
And the traffic itself, with the 250 that you had last year, that was around 37,000 or so. This new traffic would be 25,000. So that is accounted for in the 250 that we paid last year.
The traffic is. So what I'm hearing is that in order to do the site improvements alone, so discussing the fencing, the security, the lights, and I'm trying to think of what else we have in there. Fencing, water, lights, security, and is there anything else included in that? Oh yeah, that's right. The disking and the tilling would be 162.
That is correct, yeah.
Okay.
And what was the rental cost for Noble Creek? Ari, do you know that?
That was 55,000. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
The rental price for Noble Creek?
It was 50,000.
50.
Yes.
Councilmember Lara, sorry.
Thank
Or-
you. And it's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
So do we know, is this going to be 50,000 again this year, or has that gone up?
The cost has not been discussed. I believe that would have been considered a customized rental cost once we turned in the application, which we have
Okay.
not done yet.
Thank you. So I like the idea. I don't like the cost as much, but obviously it's an investment in this event. Looks like we'd be up around 300, a little over 300,000 if we put the 50,000 into a 162 or whatever, wherever we look at doing that. I would like to get a little bit more information on, further information from staff on seeing if what our police officer or police chief thinks about this, as well as our fire marshal, looking at the logistics of the facility and the access to that facility, as well as looking at the logistics of potentially charging for parking to offset some of the costs to help bring that down and put us closer to what we spent last year. Are those items that we could consider as we look at this?
Does anybody else have any questions about that? I mean, I do think that we need to get that obviously weighed in. I know that, Gus, I don't know if you have any, you were having some discussions with staff. I know you guys had discussed this. Did you speak with the police chief? Did you discuss concerns? And then the fire marshal, do we have any update with regards to that?
Yes, both with fire and police, we had this discussion. Ultimately, we're not looking at additional costs from last year. If anything, I think we'd have some savings. So last year, if you recall, part of the $250,000 was police and fire. So ultimately, I believe we were looking at about $70,000 or so between police and fire. So that, looking at this site, would not be any additional. And I think the logistics of it too make it easier for fire and police because you don't have the obstructions that you would have at Noble Creek. You know, there's a lot of trees, fencing, areas where people can hide and so forth. So we think the logistics are better at this site.
Okay. And then what I would like to do is have staff also reach out to the school district to let them know what days we would be there and what our cleanup day would be, just to make sure that we don't impact the district as far as getting the students to and from or in and out of the school. Those tend to get a little crazy from time to time. So I'd like to do that too, just to make sure that they're on the same page as we are moving forward.
Will do, sir.
Councilmember Martinez?
Thank you, Mayor. So a change like this is going to require some more discussions with the Cherries of the Past as far as, you know, kind of a change of logistics and so forth. For instance, if I take a look at $162,000, if we were to say that, well, the Cherries Foundation was going to pay $55,000 to the Parks District, so if it came back to the city, let's just say, then really we're looking at about $107,000, I guess you can look at, or $270,000 depending on the binder thing. What I'd like to look at, can you pull the map back up? My question is, if we're doing something this big and there's a potential to do this in the future and start something new, then I'd like to talk about that site to see if little by little we can start doing things that are a little bit more semi-permanent. Because I know this is supposed to be the future police station, but we still have a ways to go on that, quite a bit. I mean, we have funding and there's a whole bunch of issues. So what, 10, 15 years out, I would assume, I don't know for sure. But, you know, I'm looking at the L, and can you remind me where the police station was going?
Parking lot.
It was going in the parking lot. So if we can start looking at perhaps in the future, if we're going to be perhaps using this, and it might be a great idea, then what can we start doing to this area now that will help us move? So we're not just using, you know, 160 one time, because that's very costly. But if we start thinking about, okay, 160 this time, but next year it might be, you know, 250 or something, but we're going to start putting something more permanent on there, whether it's asphalt or whatever, then I'd be more prone to going in this direction, because we know that we're just not throwing a high number away, but we're actually making it a place to where we might have it in the future. And we haven't really went into that discussion. But what I'm getting at is if it's something that we can use as a future location, then I'm willing to give it a try this one time, even though the price is pretty steep. but to see if all these logistics are going to work out. Because this is all in preliminary planning on paper, but, you know, I do have concerns with a lot of things, but I'd like to see if it works, and I think it could work. But if we do this one trial and take a look at it and things work out the way we hope it would, then we can start looking at, okay, this is really feasible, and not only just for what we're doing for the next few years, but perhaps in the future. So, you know, that's what I like to look at, kind of a long-term thing, using perhaps this year as the trial. I agree with Council Member Laura, there has to be a discussion between us and the school district, because I'm very concerned about that June 1st. I don't think the trailers are going to be able to come through those trees and so forth. I don't know. But, you know, that whole idea of having school, like I said, the Mountain View's under construction, so all the staff is parked on that street. And some of them are even in the dirt lot over there. So that's a big logistical thing that we want to make sure that we iron out. Obviously, we'll probably still need shuttles and stuff to help mitigate the thing, but those are all little things. You know, it goes back to the price on it. And, you know, again, if I can feel that this is something that we're going to move towards, and if we see the bigger picture as, yeah, I can see that working, then I might be willing to say, okay, it's a little quick on that price tag, and I would have to know if between the city and the Cherry Foundation, if this is something feasible, you know, then I would be willing to support that. But there's a lot going on pretty fast, and we've done this before, having to do things last minute. But, you know, we want this as a success. That's the overall thing, is we want it successful, we want it safe, we want it enjoyable. So if we can say, yeah, Cherry Foundation is on board, we can do these little changes here with MOUs or whatever it is in order to make certain things work, and we're okay with, you know, the money and the price tag, and this is something that we might go in the future if it works out this first time, then I'd be willing to support that. You know, so it's definitely not a no for me, even though you know me when it comes to the price tags. I do have a question for Jennifer or for Lisa. So we've allocated the $250 in this fiscal budget. So obviously we're looking at perhaps another up to, you know, 325 or 12, yeah, 325 if we do binder. So is this a budget adjustment then, and how are we looking on numbers?
So, good timing. I'm bringing the mid-year report to the next meeting.
There you go.
Looking at numbers just recently today. So remember, a balanced budget is where revenues exceed or meet expenditures. So at the beginning of the year, we passed a budget that exceeded. So, but with the mid-year budget adjustments that I'm getting in now, you're getting closer to where there's going to be more of a balanced budget. So there will have to be discussion of where the money will come from.
Okay. And that's the 320 that you're looking at for the money? Because we've got numbers already, and you know the numbers now,
Well,
so.
this is, yeah, I have not looked into this specific
Okay,
discussion.
so
So this is above and beyond what I'm already looking at currently.
Okay, so if we figure 325, let's just say, extra beyond our 250 commitment.
There's not enough, there's not money in the budget to support that.
Okay, so we'll have to do some moving around and so forth to get there. Okay, I appreciate that. So again, we just want to make sure that we understand that something of this big commitment could have a great purpose, but does go down to money. So it just that discussion between the past foundation and our committee, it's like, can we make that up anywhere? Parking can do a little bit, of course, and, you know, all these kind of things, but surely not going to equal anywhere close to that. So are we willing as a council to make that commitment this time to see if this idea is going to work to the tune of 200 grand? Or is this not the time? That's my discussion to you. I'm open, but again, with me, you know, those numbers, I don't like going over, especially since we
I
haven't
appreciate
discussed the budget yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Councilmember White?
Yeah, so one issue, Ari, the insurance cost for the Cherries of the Past, what is your insurance cost now with the Noble Creek's solution? Yeah.
There we go.
There you
Hi. Okay. We currently do not have a price for our insurance yet.
Do you know what the cost was last year?
The cost was around 38,000. That was for a special event insurance for $1 and $2 million policy.
And the other question I have, I don't know if it's for you, Robert, or for you, Mr. Roma, the time. Can we get this done? And so let me preface that by saying, I think what we're all asking for up here is some more hard numbers, an opportunity to speak to the cherries of the past and start talking, and then bringing something back that we can actually look at the numbers. When you said the next meeting, are you talking about the 17th? Okay. And if we could bring it as that part of the discussion, do we still have time to get this done?
I believe we do. We've talked about this, but one of the reasons for bringing you the update this time around is because we needed to get some direction. Ultimately, we've been talking with, for instance, traffic control, internally with staff to see if this is a feasible option. We believe it is. But again, time definitely is not our friend right now. The Cherries Foundation was going to be ready to submit the site plan to DRC so we can start looking at that. Now, there's a little bit of a delay in submitting that because they need to redo their site plan to see if it's going to be here or continue in the festival. The other thing to keep in mind, is we were talking about this, and as Councilmember Martinez was bringing up future events, if we prepare this site, there's a possibility that this site could also be rented out to a private party if they're looking for an event. And now, all of a sudden, there'd be additional rental income coming in to support the costs that have been incurred.
And, I think we have to also consider the time if we can't get this done. So where are we in the process? I know there's the process that I think we're part of as far as the rental contract with the Noble Creek.
We have the application ready to submit. Initially, when Ari went in to submit, the issue came up of co-application, but I think that was resolved. So the application has been completed. We can sign it this week and submit it if that is the direction, or we would hold off. But of course, we need to secure those dates. Right now, they're not secured at Noble Creek. They've been waiting for us to submit the application.
That's all I had. Thanks, Mayor.
Councilmember Martinez, do you have anything?
I just thought about it. I just remember we're going to have a different place for our fireworks too this year. Could this be a place where the fireplace could work as well? Trying to get the most out of our bang for the buck.
Oh, no pun intended.
Pardon me. Yeah, you got it.
Yes, actually, that is what we're planning to do. With regards to locating the fireworks there. Doug, would you like to say something on that?
Just trying to maximize an investment,
Stand up,
that's all.
sit down. Fight.
I might feel more comfortable if we're getting more use out of it.
You had me at bang for the buck there, Julio.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, so we, when we came in and asked for the bigger bang for your buck fireworks show, one of the requirements was a larger fallout zone. And so the fallout zone that we were going to use was going to be this 30 acres. So we're going to project the fireworks from that location, and the viewing areas will be from the sports park, or we're also going to request to use the field at the middle school across the street. So there'll be two different viewing areas on the 4th of July. So yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I did have one clarification. I apologize. The cost I provided did include traffic control, so the 160 should be reduced to 130, and then the 324 should be reduced to 293. I apologize for that.
Yeah, because the traffic control is allocated within the 250 that we already have budgeted at this time. So if you're looking at it from funds that are not budgeted, that would be where it's at. Now, I do think that with regards to time, I think there's a couple, if I'm summarizing what I'm hearing at this point, is we need further clarification from police and fire that this is a viable option. We want discussion further on charging for parking and what the logistics would look like. And we need discussion with the school district. I am hearing from Gus that, Mr. Romo, that time is of the essence if we are going to make this decision. And once again, I do want to highlight that we do not have the dates at Noble Creek currently. So if somebody else comes in, we may not have that property at this point because we have not reserved it, from what I understand. So I just want to make sure that we understand that as well with regards to timing. And so at this point, we probably need to decide, are we comfortably uncomfortable with waiting until the 17th? Or is this something that we're ready to give further direction on? I do see Councilmember Finn's light on. Do you have
Yeah,
anything?
thank you. I've got a question back to Doug. Is there any site prep that needs to be done for the 4th of July that by doing this ahead of time, it would accomplish that? Or is it just remain a vacant field and you just launch from there?
No, that is a great question. So we will, as part of our event, we will have to fence it and secure that area so that people can't light it for us and whatnot. And so we would have to do that preparations prior to 4th of July. So that's going to be one of the costs that we were going to absorb, is renting a fence for that day. And then we were going to work to clear the site. We would have had to do weed abatement, which that property is already on my weed abatement list. So it's part of the 1,000 or so acres that we weed abate in the city. And so it's going to get weed abated. It was just recently done last month, and it'll probably get done again towards the end of spring, early summer, for its biannual weed abatement. So it would be done again. So that disking process would be done at that site as well.
And you'd probably have a much smaller fencing area.
It would have been,
Would
yeah.
imagine, correct?
It would have been a smaller fencing area. It wouldn't have been the whole entire area, but for the night of, we do have to secure that area so we can't have anybody walking into that fallout area. So we would have to keep people off of it in some way, shape, or form.
And it wouldn't be the same fence that goes up for the Cherry Festival, because it would be, they'd need to pull down, return that, and then come back again for that. So
It
that's
could be.
a
I mean, if
separate-
we wanted to leave it up, we technically could leave up that fence, and it would be a way to secure that site if we wanted to do it that way.
It's a month.
We could. It would be
a month of
probably very safe and overly sufficient for it, but we would do that, and then we would do the weed clearing, and we were going to work with fire to confirm a few things as far as the type of weed abatement we would do, and then if there was some other clearing options that fire might perform out there prior to the event.
Okay, thanks, Doug. Thanks, Mayor.
So, Doug, is it safe to say that there is some cost absorption there that would have been had from the 4th of July weed abatement at that point? And
I do think the weed abatement, in speaking with Robert, was estimating, I gave him a note, 13,000 or something of what it would cost me just to do those parcels, which was going to happen already. And then I do think that some of the fencing would be beneficial to keep in some way, shape, or form. Even if it was a little more than I needed, it would still make the site even more safe.
Do you remember the number?
For the weed abatement?
Yeah.
I think it was $14,000 for just to weed abate that site.
thank you, I appreciate that. Do we have any other public comment or anybody else that would like to speak?
Simone, do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers at this time.
You could just tell us, are you okay with them just stating who you are, and go for it?
Hello, Council. Christian Linneman, one of the directors with the, we'll use our new name. So it's the Past Recreation and Parks. So we want to move forward with the Cherry Festival. That's one of the things that we have been planning. And Councilman White, you came to our meeting last month, or excuse me, yeah, it was last month. And we had a pretty frank discussion, which was pretty good. I appreciated that. I think we all did on our board. And our big thing is, this is a community event, and we just want to move forward. That's why we've been saving the dates, and we've been holding the dates without having the discussion. We've been trying to have the open, frank discussion about it. We've had the Cherry Festival on our agenda, every agenda that we've had, even our special agendas, since July. And we want to move forward with it. One of my big things on our original planning that we did 2 years ago was we need to have planning done very, very early. And I proposed it, I got the 3 minutes now. I proposed to our council that, or excuse me, to our directors, that we start planning for next year with a possible extended agreement in April of this year is when we want to look at it before, because this is a very, very large event that requires lots of planning. So let's see, there was a couple other things I want to say, but we just want to move forward with it. The park's available right now, but I mean, it's obvious to me just with the discussion that you guys don't want to use the park. Mayor Pro Tem White did say was the best location for it, and he always thought it was, and he always thought it would be. So, I mean, I don't think he's changed his mind on it, but I understand you guys are looking at your different options, which I would completely expect you to, because I'm a member of the city as well, and I pay my taxes, at least most of them I try to, right? But no, so with that, I'm very happy about that. I think you guys are underestimating what it's going to truly cost and what it's going to be. To me, it's going to be, I mean, at that time, we don't always have the June gloom. There is a lot of dust, and you have no shade. So that's just a few things. But if you guys want to move forward on that one, that's completely fine, because we have had other entities try to get the park for that weekend, and we've basically politely told them no. And that's one of the big things on that. And I know our staff and your staff have had some meetings, and this is kind of, brand new to us. We're just now hearing about it. That's why two of our directors, myself and Mr. Hughes, came, and along with the general manager. So, I mean, that's just where we are. I think that's about all I have to say on that, unless you guys have any questions for us that I might be able to answer or anything like that. I don't think you do, though. So, but that's all I got for that. Thank you.
Thank you, and we appreciate you guys being here and listening to the discussion. As mentioned before, we want this to be as transparent as possible and evaluating options, and we definitely do appreciate the park and all that it entails. I don't think that we take that lightly by any means, so thank you guys for those sentiments. Yes, Councilmember Martinez.
I just have a question. I don't remember what became of the co-applicant thing. Is it, right now, is it just the city, or is it with the Cherry? So the pass.
I believe at one of the meetings, it was discussed that they would accept it as a co-applicant.
Okay, so we were back to the co-applicant. Okay, thank you.
Correct. And you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think some of the concern was insurance related, which we have verified, and Carrie, I'll let you speak to that. That way that it is out in the open. But we do have a letter from our insurance carrier if you'd like to speak with regards to that.
We do. We have the certification already in place per the requirements.
Great.
Very well,
So
thank you.
we, there were some, with regards to that, they needed the insurance, we needed the final ruling on the co-applicant. And then, as Ari stated, they're ready to go to submit that application. So essentially, at this point, we are ready to move forward to submit to Noble Creek, and to reserve that application. I do think that as part of that application discussion, that the Parks District has, within their prerogative to make sure that we meet their requirements as well, just as if we, requested them to do that. And I think that there could be some negotiation or discussions further if there are things that they would like to see with regards to that. But it is still, as I mentioned in the discussion at the beginning, it's still a viable option. It's still a ready-to-go option. So I don't want to discourage that conversation either. It's definitely still a conversation.
Carrie, I have a quick couple of questions about the insurance.
Absolutely.
So Cherry of the past is looking at $38,000 last year. What was our cost to cover the gap last year?
There was no cost to us because we have a larger umbrella policy that covers the limits. It was just a matter of review and understanding of what the requirements were, what the event is. We did spend about $14,000 on a special event enhanced rider, but that was it. That was always.
So this year, if it was on our property, would the Cherries have to contribute 38, whatever the number is, that they would contribute at Noble Creek this year?
I would still recommend being partners with them, that they have some sort of liability insurance provided, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that brings us to the direction for staff. Are we at a point where we're ready to give direction, or do we want to bring it back for the 17th? Are we ready for that? Do we want them to continue forward with Noble Creek? I think at this point, we've got to kind of iron out some of those discussions. Councilmember Martinez.
Well, I wouldn't be able to support the move without the numbers from Jennifer in that discussion. So if we needed to make a decision because of the time and so forth, then I would have to say we'd have to stay with Noble Creek. I just can't make that decision without seeing the numbers. If we want to risk the date and you're willing to do that and we end up having to do it there by default at our place, then we need to be prepared for that if we decide we're going to wait. Right? So that's where I'm at.
Councilmember Finn.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm for keeping it at Noble Creek. I'm not sold on the extra cost at this point, and especially with the budget, the way it's looking. We don't want to mess that up. So that's where I'm holding at the moment.
I appreciate that. Mayor Pro Tem White.
I agree with Mr. Martinez that we need to have a full accounting of the numbers. We need a good timeline, but I think we need to commit to make a decision on the 17th, one way or the other, if we do bring back the numbers.
Councilmember Lara.
Sure, I would, I agree. We need the hard numbers. I don't know if the district can wait 2 more weeks for an answer. I guess that's a chance we'll have to take, but definitely need the hard numbers based on what Ms. Eustachian has indicated this evening.
Ari, if you have an opportunity, you are a partner in this, so you have a say as well as to your time frame, and I think it's only fair that we hear your side of that as well.
So on behalf of the foundation, they were interested in carrying on the direction of using the 30 acre lot. We reviewed our finances, and we reviewed the pros and cons, shading, dirt, things like that, but with the full confidence that the city would be able to support and just support us mentally. I don't know the other words. I'm so sorry. I'm nervous. Ultimately, it's not up to us. We do not have the financial stability to be able to come to these decisions alone. So we are, I guess, just in support in whatever the city and the council members decide. But we were very interested on behalf of the foundation to entertain the lot.
Okay.
Mayor, if I could add, I know in my discussion with Ari, earlier, and I think what you're looking for is the moral support from the council.
That's the one.
I know that they're looking at this year, but they're also looking at future years, what that looks like. So if the event were to happen at the 30 acres, what would that look like for the following year and the year after that? So I know Ari had brought that concern up to me.
All right, so I'm hearing 3 that would like the numbers to come back. I will add as a 4th that would like those numbers to come back. So if you guys are okay with moving forward with the direction to come back on the 17th with some harder, faster numbers, I think that would allow us to make the decision. I do want to make sure that on the 17th we are making a decision, though. I think we cannot afford or continue to push it on any further. So that discussion, really, if you think of any questions throughout this timeframe, we really need to make sure to get those back to staff so that we can.
I just want to ask, Mayor, that that includes meeting with the Cherries of the Past to get their numbers. Because what I'm interested is what's already booked, what's not booked, what's their numbers look like.
Perfect.
Because I need to know if there's, again, going to be gaps, and is that numbers going to go up, so.
Yeah, so I know that Mr. Romo does have biweekly meetings with Cherries of the Past. We may need to up that, I don't know. But to get those numbers so that we can make a more informed decision. I agree with you. And to really understand that and then kind of move forward. All right, you have enough direction?
I do. Thank you very much.
Can I throw one last thing in? A good point was raised by Christian.
Oh, Christian.
Sorry. Can we look at some kind of temporary shade as an option, another option as well?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, there will be a lot of tents out there,
believe Ari
but
did.
yes, we can look at larger tent structures.
Okay, have you already looked at shade?
No, I believe Ari with Cherries of the Past just mentioned that they had that discussion.
Okay, sorry.
With their board.
Thank you.
It may behoove us to even look at what asphalt costs to go on that back side of it.
Do you have a defibrillator?
I can find an AED, I'm sure, in case something happens.
Just to clarify, that the asphalt would cover what area?
Not where the parking lot is, but where the actual event would be. And then where we are shooting off fireworks, it leans into Councilmember Martinez's discussion about future events. I'm sure it's much more expensive, but gives us something to further discuss. Okay, very good. We will be moving on now to item J3, Professional Services Agreement with Props AV LLC. Can we get a staff report by Julie Van Hook? And thank you all.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight I'm here to present a professional services agreement to you with Props AV. And as you may recognize the name, and with McKay and team coming on site to film and do certain productions over the last several years, such as State of the City and some economic development initiatives, we have some growing communication needs. And we're proposing a PSA today to formalize our expanded relationship to include monthly video updates to the public. So this will be like quality of life initiatives, as well as updates on major projects within the city, such as Stewart Park. And then there's some recruitment and outreach content for the police department that's also in need as well. And so the expanded scope and the anticipated expenditures exceeds the $75,000 over the CM authority. So that's why it's here tonight for your review and for council authorization. And so with that, I'm available for any questions.
All right, thank you, Julie. And Nicole, do we have any public comment?
I have no written requests. Simone, do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers at this time.
All right, I will open it up to council discussion.
Mayor, I'll move to approve authorization, the issuance of a purchase order to Props AV in the amount of $55,300.
I'll second.
Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Laura?
Yes.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Voigt?
Yes. Yeah, we did public comment. Yeah, I did public comment, right? Yes. Thank you. All right, item J4, to round us out for our action items for the evening, approve of preliminary plans to expand the animal services facility. Staff report by Ms. Sarah Lauer.
Yes, good evening, council. So for your consideration today is our request to convert a portion of Building E to a local animal shelter. As we're well aware, the city is lacking in an animal shelter and additional services we could offer to our pet population. While a wider regional solution is underway, this offers an interim solution with the opportunity to grow.
All righty, great. Do we have any public comment, Nicole?
I have no written requests. Simone, do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers at this time.
All righty, Sarah, I will start us off. I know that within our current staff report, there's a discussion about Building E, which is the northernmost building here on our City Hall campus. Could you go into a little bit more detail about that and just what the kennels that would be in there, and what other services that we would be providing, and how long you think that we would be occupying this space in an interim timeframe?
Right, so the building itself is about 22,000 square feet. We're proposing at least a phase one for the current time, where we would occupy about 5,800 square feet in the most northern section of that building. It would lend itself to a lobby area, a small clinic, and 2 areas of dog kennels. One is a general population area, and the other one is a quarantine zone. It does include an outside fenced area for animal socializations, as well as any kind of more unusual animals outside of dogs that we would be able and prepared to house those in. The general population area does consist of 2 runs that are about 10 kennels each, and a quarantine zone has 4. The quarantine zone is used for sick animals, maybe behavior-based animals that are safer away from the general population. The services we're looking to provide is animal adoptions primarily, being able to intake, treat the animals as an additional evaluation, make sure they're safe and treated, and able to be returned to their owners after being kept for the legal hold times, and potentially put up for adoption. For the clinic areas, I know the city in the past had done like low-cost vaccine clinics. I'd like to get back to that, and that would offer space for those.
Great, thank you. I appreciate you guys bringing forward, a proposed solution, an interim solution. As we all know, we have the MOU with some surrounding cities, so it's nice that we have something for the interim as we work on as a long-term option. I do have some questions just with regards to, is there a noise consideration for the surrounding areas?
The animals would be inside, so there is noise abatement that should happen inside, just for reverberating sounds in there. For outside, there is some residential in the area, directly across the north. I think there are some complexes, and generally, noise abatement is not the biggest concern since the animals will be housed inside.
Great, thank you. I think that's it for me for right now. Councilmember Martinez.
Yeah, just to break down, so from the 460,000, is it 300 that's going for the renovations?
Yes, it's about 298 that's estimated for the renovations,
Okay.
and the kennels and internal for housing the pets is about 160. That's the current quote that I have, which I did have to cut a little off of that already just for this plan, so that quote could go down.
And does that include the temperature, climate control, and all that?
Yes.
Okay, and then this is only construction, where does personnel costs come in? Because if we're gonna be expanding, it sounds like we're gonna need more personnel and so forth. So is that a part of this, or is that another ask that you'll
So
be coming back?
operational costs are not part of this figure right now. This is to set it. Ideally, our goal is to kind of build it, and they will come as the form of working with a nonprofit organization that might be able to help us establish operations.
Okay, but in the event that that doesn't happen and we have to infill it ourselves, is there a plan B? I mean, is there kind of numbers set somewhere where they'll have to come in a mid-year budget, or?
Yes, we're setting our sights on that. I don't have figures on that
Okay.
presently, though.
Could we expect something with the mid-year budget review coming up in a couple of weeks? Or is
That's
this?
the 17th that I'm hearing?
So I'm just asking, yeah, so we're looking the next,
It would-
okay.
right.
I'm ahead of myself then, okay. I'm on, it's a money day for me, thank you.
We tried to hit you all at once. We're trying to increase our odds. No, I'm just kidding. Councilmember Lara.
I appreciate this idea and the option for us to be able to do this. Some of the concerns I have, in the estimate that you prepared, does that include architecturals for the tenant improvements as well as repairs to the, I'm sure that heating and air conditioning, the HVAC, and
Yes, yes, it does take all that into consideration. I worked close with Robert Vestal's team on that. As with any construction project, there might be some unknowns until you get started, but we did take everything feasibly into account at this point.
okay. And then my other questions were similar to Councilmember Martinez in regards to staffing. If we contract this out or we have a volunteer, we would still need staff, our staff to oversee that, correct? So would that, do you know at this point if that would require the hiring of like a individual or two individuals or?
I believe there's plans underway for that, Carrie.
Yes, Chief does have plans to bring forward at least one position next fiscal year as it relates to this project.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have right now, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
So the rest of the council, I don't think had the advantage that the mayor and I did to visit the facility down Waldemar, I think it was where it was.
Yes.
And to see what a nonprofit managing a JPA's animal control center. And I think if you could just give a brief overview, because you could see the big concern is the staffing. And if you could speak to a little bit about what that involved at the facility we went and visited.
Yes, so the facility you speak of is the Animal Friends of the Valley. They serve approximately 6 cities in their area. They work everything from field service all the way to clinics and their shelters. From what they have, it feels very welcoming. It almost feels like very high-quality daycare, if there's a comparable, except it's for pets. It's very clean. It's very much a model shelter organization. And you aren't offended by any smells or any noises when you walk in there. And we're trying to emulate that feeling and what they offer. What they also offer is creative ways to staff. So a lot of the times they have their own staff, they have a fleet of volunteers, and they also work with some other organizations that bring in help. I think there's volunteers through school districts or universities, especially with vet programs that operate some things. And then they even have like a workers' release program that comes in and does some of the more unattractive work with the animals. So it's very, I guess, out of the box kind of staffing.
It was, I was very impressed. When I went down to visit it, I had no idea we would see what we saw. It's just, and again, I think that was pretty much staffed almost 100% by the, they're not volunteers, by the nonprofit.
The nonprofit, or the agency is Animal Friends of the Valleys.
That's the nonprofit. And then the facility, do you remember what it's called?
I think it's the same name.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think just to add to Councilmember White's sentiment, it's definitely a viable option, and I think that, we had a volunteer group here who came and presented to us from Four Seasons that has their own volunteer. And I know that Chief has also been in touch with another group that would like to help in similar aspects. And so I do think that it's a viable option for the volunteers. And I definitely see this as the opportunity to solve an immediate problem that we have within the community, and that's our 7 kennels is just not enough. And so we do need to expand on that. And I think that this probably helps to solve one of our biggest concerns right now. The other thing to mention is that it is absorbable within the budget, so that's nice to see as well. And I appreciate that we had the kind of forethought to think about that as well.
Is building E empty now? Or is
It is
storage?
not empty. It's used for storage and surplus. The portion that we're proposing to utilize first is predominantly empty. If there is anything there, it can be just relocated elsewhere in the same building.
Mayor Pro Tem White.
Yeah, and could we expand a little bit on the building size? This is only doing how much of the square feet of the building is this project?
It's 5,800 almost.
And how big is the overall building?
22,000.
Okay, and the rest of the building besides what he just asked you about is being used for storage primarily?
Yes, I know, I believe, is it custodial uses a lot of storage, a lot of furniture surpluses there. Some document purging could probably take place. There's quite a bit of that in that location as well.
What excites me about this opportunity that we have here is that because of the size of the building, this could become more of a permanent solution. We could expand it to a permanent solution. We could also expand it to a permanent solution and then be able to offer services to the others that we're trying to work with, Calamasa, Banning. And so I think that the fact that we can do this within budget and we can at least, how long would it take to get this up and running?
I believe we had a long term of 9 months.
Okay. So I think it's a great opportunity to really test it. So I do want to thank you for all the work you've done on this. And
Oh, you're welcome.
this idea, I had no idea it was coming after all the work we've done, but I think it's a great idea.
I appreciate the questions and the council's openness. Thank you.
Councilmember Laura?
Yes, so Mayor Pro Tem White kind of touched on it. So at this point, it's strictly for the city of Beaumont. And the kennels obviously typically are like chain link, so they would be removable because this is one of the facilities or buildings that is a part of the downtown revitalization plan as well. That would be used for, I think,
A civic center.
the civic center. So, but I think it gets us out of a jam. It is just strictly for the city, which is a desperate need of a facility. So, okay, thank you very much.
Councilmember
Good
Finn?
work.
I just want to echo a lot of the comments that were made. I think it's a fantastic idea. It solves an immediate need. There's a lot of members of the public that are frustrated. And so my only ask from here is, let's get the word out, and share that plan and what we plan to do. And I'm in full support, so thank you, and I appreciate all the work that went into it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, well, I'm hearing a lot of positive things, so I will entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'll go ahead and move to approve the proposed preliminary plans to expand animal services facilities for sheltering of lost found pets. Authorize the police department to coordinate with Public Works Department to develop a CIP and renovate a portion of Building E for animal shelter purposes.
Second.
And can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Laura?
Yes.
Councilmember Finn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Voigt?
Yes, and I would like to say that this is awesome to see, and I want to thank Sarah as well. This is a labor of love, and I know that you are emotionally invested in it, and I appreciate it. Yes. All right. We'll move on to, legislative updates and discussion.
We do not have a legislative update, Mayor, but we do have an economic development update.
Okay, very good. We will move on to economic development update.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Just a couple of things to point out. As you know, we are working, staff is working on developing a updated economic development strategic plan, citywide plan. And our consultants, TIP Strategies, will be in town tomorrow and Thursday. We are having 2 community visioning workshops. One is tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. here at the gymnasium of City Hall. And another one tomorrow evening, Thursday evening at 5:30 to 7 p.m. We invite the residents, business owners, and community partners to participate in that. We've had pretty good response so far, but we could certainly accommodate more. And so on the city's website, on the face page tonight, there's an opportunity with some information there and to register if anybody in the community or if you'd like to share it with anybody further. There's the opportunity to register for one of those. And if somebody has an interest and is unable to attend either one of those sessions, we do have an opportunity for a virtual option on February 11th at 9 a.m. And if that doesn't work, there's also the opportunity to fill out a survey that would take a couple of minutes. So lots of opportunity there for the community to participate. Also wanted to point out for you that Beaumont is again going to be, or is in the latest edition of Inland Empire Magazine and its hotel-bound edition. The second year in a row we've done that. The Public Information Office provided some written material for that, highlighting growth, available land, and business opportunities, showcasing Beaumont as an exciting place to invest, visit, and call home. And so that is out as well. I do want to give you a little bit of exciting news. We don't have a lot of details yet, but I did find out late last week that the roughly 20-acre site at 6th and Xenia has been put into escrow by a legitimate commercial developer. They have not come to talk to us yet, so I don't have any details, but that is good news. Now, that's escrow opening, it hasn't closed. But,
Which corner was that?
it would be on the south, between the freeway and 6th Street.
Excellent.
The SWAT.
So the
site.
southwest.
Yes,
Very good.
so we stay tuned, we'll bring you more information as soon as we can.
Great news. All right, and we will move on to our new Planning Commission actions and updates. Thank you, Stephen, for this new report.
There are 2 items. Good
Okay.
evening, Madam Mayor and Council, on which your Planning Commission acted in January, and I'm available for questions, one of which you heard tonight, and the other you'll hear in March.
Very good. I do want to just note that after Planning Commission meets, we will be having this report on our agenda. The nice thing about this report is to be able to get it out to the public as well as for us to be able to see it. So I really appreciate the work that's gone into this. It's nice to have it in front of us, and I appreciate the transparency, so thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we will move on to City Treasurer report.
No report?
All right, the City Clerk. All right, City Attorney.
Yes, I'm going to request that the council return to closed session at the end of the agenda to go back in to discuss item B2, which is conference with legal counsel regarding potential initiation of litigation, one case, and also B6, public employee appointment, employment, and the title of city manager.
All right. We will be returning for closed session for those items immediately following. And city manager report.
Yes, Mayor, we have a billboard survey update. As you know, this billboard survey has been up for the last, I believe, couple of months. So Julie Van Hook will go ahead and be giving us an update.
Great, thank you. I have been seeing it on social media, so that is exciting. Hopefully, we've been getting some responses.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So survey's been open a little over a month. We're going to extend it 2 more weeks. Typically, a survey is about 6 to 8 weeks in total to kind of garner some more like last-minute responses. We have close to 200 so far, which is pretty good. About a 90% self-selection rate of a Beaumont resident. So we have some visitors in our survey. And the survey, as you may recall, is directed by council to kind of garner some community attitudes and opinions towards billboards, whether that be the upgrade of a billboard or the replacement type model that was discussed. Just an overview, as we're 5 weeks in, most respondents, so about 70% of those are either neutral or in support of using billboards for community messaging. So that's pretty positive. As well as for revenue, and only about a quarter strongly oppose that. And so there's kind of a key element there. Along with that, with some normal concerns, things that you would probably anticipate. So proximity to neighborhoods was a concern, brightness, and then driver distraction or visual clutter. And so I don't think that's surprising, but that was of the most concern of all the survey respondents. And then lastly, the majority supported replacing the billboards or allowing a limited expansion. Okay. Public comments, so we did have an open-ended part of that survey, which is to kind of allow the respondent to give their own feedback in their own words. And so public comments emphasize just minimizing visual impacts, protecting neighborhood character, and then maintaining safety, which is that visual distraction. So we're going to leave it open for another week or two to kind of get that 6 to 7 week mark. And that is all I have, unless you have any other questions.
Great, thank you. Can you repeat the percentage of the initial respondent that was in favor or neutral?
70. Neutral to supportive.
Neutral to supportive.
Yeah.
Thank you. And then Mayor Pro Tem White?
You know, I didn't look at the survey myself. I try to stay off of social media. I learned that, 9 years ago. Was it specific to electronic billboards?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Great, thank you. And I do want to say thank you, Julie, while we have you up here. I think that our responses on social media I have seen increase and the interaction, so it's been wonderful. It's nice to look sometimes on Instagram and see the views and things along those lines.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you for your hard work.
Sure.
All righty, and with that, I will move us to any future agenda items. Okay. Then.
Sorry, Mayor.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I don't think that this has to be a future agenda item, just think it's something that we need to keep an eye on, which is concerns over AB 1421, which is the mileage tax.
Oh, yeah.
It's going through a study right now, so we may be ahead of it. I'm not sure if it's the appropriate time to send a letter of opposition, or so we can have staff let us
review.
know when that. But I don't think it needs to be in a future agenda item. I just thought it'd be a good time to bring that up. Thank you.
Maybe a legislative update.
We will keep an eye on it, sir. Absolutely.
All right, we will move on to our council reports, and I will start with Councilmember Lara.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I have attended WRCOG yesterday. Just a quick reminder, we have our General Assembly, which will be June 18th, 2026, and Tony Hawk will be the guest speaker for this year's General Assembly. That's all I have.
That's fun. Councilmember Fenn.
Thank you, Mayor. On the 22nd, I attended RTA, Riverside Transit Agency's board meeting, Saturday the 24th. MC again for our Veterans Expo, and so we appreciate the council and staff support to make that happen. And then for that committee that put it on Thursday, we're going to have a return and report, meeting and see how we can continue to improve that event. But it's very successful and very appreciative of all the work that goes into that. On the 26th, I attended our own Finance and Audit Committee meeting. We have a new chair and a vice chair, so Ricardo Forbes is our chair, and Dennis Garcia will serve as the vice chair. And so Councilmember Laura and I serve on that, and we were encouraging public participation, and they rose to the occasion, so we appreciate that. On the 28th, I attended the Regional Water Alliance, and they pretty much kind of just gave a 2025 year review. And what was nice to see is, particularly in for the past water agency, is they brought in a lot of extra imported water to the region, and the storage accounts with the water basin and so forth, things are looking very well, that we can continue to support future growth in the area and so forth, where that same conversation 5 to 10 years ago was, where's all the water? And so they're doing fine with that, so it was good to hear. And then I also attended on a Zoom meeting with the consultant and staff for the economic strategic plan interview and so forth, and look forward to the event tomorrow morning. So thank you.
Great. And Councilmember Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. So I attended the Cal Cities Environment Quality Committee meeting, and we discussed our work plan for the year, which is going to concentrate on emergency preparedness, energy utilities, and water. And we reviewed some of the environmental bills and positions that Cal Cities is taking, and listened to some speakers. I did suggest looking at Cal Cities policy for water. Some of it dated back to 2008. And I thought it was just a bit outdated for what's happened since then. So I suggested to the chair and the committee that Cal City perhaps do a task force, which they had done way back then, to look at some of their policies on water, to perhaps update some of that, and to look at some of their metrics that they were supposed to look at in 2015, and I don't have any report on that, so I'd like for them to go back on that. So they're going to take that back to the board and see if the board will approve a task force, or at least do a roundtable, I guess, at the minimum. RCA, I attended. We approved our a feed credit request for Marietta Hills specific plan. We had a state and federal update on the budget. From the budget, even though the state budget isn't looking very good, there is no proposal to cuts for that would impact RCA. So that's good good news for the agency. And from the federal budget, the appropriations, actually, they lobbied in Washington not too long ago, and were able to get language in appropriation bills that directs the U.S. Fish and Wildlife to finally fund some of the habitat conservations areas in our area. So that's nice to see. And then I attended Veterans Expo, so good job, Mayor, Councilmember Finn on that. And also I attended one of the Zoom meetings for economic development, and there's another vision workshop coming next week. All right, and that's all.
All right, great, thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem White.
So unlike the WRCOG, we don't spend $100,000 on speakers for our events. So we had our annual workshop out in Palm Desert this year, last week. And a lot of interesting topics came up. Number one, which was I felt the most interesting piece, was the RCTC has put in place for about 5 months now a new technology to catch cheaters on the 91 express lanes. Because if you go into the HOV lane, it's free tolls once you go into the HOV lane. And the numbers are amazing. I think the total amount of money was close to $500,000 in fines and fees. And it was interesting because they showed us how some of the cheaters tried to cheat. But you find out later, like one had a mannequin head right next to the driver's head, hoping that it would see too. The way it works is
It's infrared.
there's a camera that looks at it, and if it thinks it's questionable, it sends it to the individuals. We have 3 people who then look at it, and then they apply they charge them a full toll, and they apply a $5 fine. They kept the fines low because, and they also didn't make this a big public awareness policy because we wanted to iron out all of the bugs before we start going further. So that is going to be developed a little bit more. Then we had a CV rail discussion. We were at phase 2, I think, or phase 3 of the environmental. They needed approval on it. It's, I believe it's a $70 million environmental study that will focus, it gets a little more detailed than the $30 million phase 2. And in this one, what it's doing, the primary, or one of the primary focuses is looking for station locations. And it's clear there will be a station in the pass. Where in the pass, no one knows for sure. And Robert, you'd be proud of me because I asked them, well, when's this going to be done? And they said 2040. If everything goes as planned, they will open, they will have it ready for use in 2040. And I don't believe that. But anyways, there was over and under bets on that, and there was not a whole lot of people going under on that.
Doubtful.
The next discussion was they have a partner program, which Beaumont is a partner with. And they showed the projects. They are actually working on I think they're coming to staff of all the different cities to put together a partner policy. So partner policy is, I'll give you an example. We have found a way to fund some money coming from our CTC, the Potrero Interchange. That's a partner project that we're doing with the with RCTC. A lot of the commissioners weren't aware of how that worked and how much, they want to know how much RCTC is paying for Potrero, things like that, how much who's paying for the staff to get this done. And then they showed an example of, they had 4 partner policy projects that they showed. One was Potrero, one was Highland Springs, one was Pennsylvania, and I forget who the 4th one was. And then they followed that discussion right after that with, there's a council member in Lake Elsinore that wants RCTC to take a role in limiting the logistics industry throughout the county. And this was right after they talked about all the projects that we're putting together. And you could tell RCTC, Aaron was not real excited about jumping in on this. And of course, I had to give a few words of wisdom. And I think basically everyone understands, and even Aaron brought this up at the end, that it's a local government land use policy issue. And they want to stay out of that. And then the last discussion was the sales tax revenue. We got some polling results back showing that as you start the beginning questions in a poll, and then after you get their first answer, you then give them a little bit of education, then you get their answer again, maybe you give them a little bit of negative information. And basically what they came out to was that with education, it's possible to get the percentage up to about 2/3, which is what's required if RCTC does the sales tax initiative. And if we decide, if RCTC decides we can't get to that number, and we decide not to do it, if a citizens initiative comes in and does it, and it gets the signatures for that, it would then become a 50+1, which seems to be a definite. If you're at 2/3, and then you just have to get a 50+1. I think we've sent them to go back and consider 2 options. One option was to Measure A expires in 2039. And so the option was to put a sales tax measure that says we will continue the half-cent sales tax from 2039 on with no sunset. That's one of the issues we wanted to get, and that actually came out at about 80% approval in the original poll. And then the other one, which was about 68%, was the idea of a full 1% sales tax that'll take place before the other one expires. If you remember, we had the presentation on the traffic relief plan, and that required a budget of about $33 billion over the next 30 years for all the projects. We had a lot of big projects, a lot of pass area projects were on that. And if they decide to go something other than what the traffic relief plan was designed for, then there would have to be a new discussion, because then projects would have to be taken off. Because if you do the sales tax policy, you have to list which projects you plan to complete in the next 30 years. And if they go with the extending the current one on, instead of 33 billion, it's more like, I think it was like 24, 25 billion. So we'd have to find about $7 or $8 billion of projects that would have to be pulled off of that traffic relief plan. So we are under the gun. I think that to put it on this year's ballot, we need to give it a go, I think in June. So I think, that's important. And during that discussion, I, brought up the fact that other jurisdictions may be looking for doing their own sales tax measure, and you could see a lot of heads nodding. So there's a lot of cities that are, looking at their own sales tax measure. So I thought all of what I just told you was pretty pertinent to what we've been talking about. I usually don't have a really long, but again, who's the speaker?
Tony Hawk.
Tony Hawk.
We didn't have Tony Hawk, so.
Yeah. Finance is all covered with donations, though. So WRCOG would not be looking for a tax.
All right, thank you. I will attempt to keep mine brief, although I doubt it will be. Thank you for your work, Councilmember Finn, on the Veterans Expo. Very nicely done. Nice attendance, as always. I always love seeing everybody there. All right, on the 22nd, I went up to Sacramento to attend the Cal Cities Taxation and Revenue Committee. While I was there, we voted on the sales tax sharing measure with regards to the Bradley Burns tax that that our e-commerce currently pays into. There was a sales tax working group, a city manager's sales tax working group, which we did have some representation from Riverside County. And in their recommendations, they had given 5 recommendations to push forward. During the discussion, unfortunately, the minority was muted to a certain extent. We were not allowed to speak up as much, and you could feel a bias within the room. This tax measure that or amendment that they are proposing going forward is based off of 2021 data. There's nothing updated, there's no nexus studies, and so it was definitely skewed. But I will tell you what was proposed and what will be going to the Board of Directors. So there are 6 points that are moving forward to the Board of Directors. A 50-50 split of the Bradley Burns tax. What that means is that the e-commerce, such as an Amazon distribution center that delivers directly to a home, the jurisdiction where it leaves from. So for example, Beaumont, and let's say it goes to Banning, Beaumont would get 50% of the allocation and Banning would get the other 50%. There was no nexus study on that 50-50 split. It was what this working group felt was fair. In their proposal, they also recommended 10% flexibility on either side of that 50%. So it could swing either way based off of the legislator that picks up the bill and how it's written, for them to then propose to the House and the Senate. One thing to note about this is it does require a constitutional amendment. So it would go to the House and to the state Senate, and then it would go to the voters. So it is a pretty heavy lift to kind of move this project forward. They did modify the 10% to be 5% on either side. So for example, it would be 50-50 or 55 and 45. So not too much leeway for us to kind of play with there. The other conditions of the motion were any tax sharing agreements that are currently in play or would be at the time of implementation would be honored. So what they recognized is that a lot of people who have attracted this type of business have put in sales tax sharing measures. So for example, you attract this type of e-commerce, then potentially you pay back the sales tax to them for coming to. So any sharing measures that have been in play would be honored. It would be a 5-year phase-in post the California Department, I can't remember, any tax and finance authority, I think is what it's called. Thank you. So it would be a 5-year phase-in for that implementation. And then at the last minute, they threw in something called volatility bans. These volatility bans, which were not written down anywhere, will be applied to make this somewhat fair in their minds, which would be that if anybody was going to benefit more than 20% of their revenues, that it would go to those that had a greater than a 20% loss. They had no idea how the implementation would work. There was no operational discussion behind it. And in fact, the CDTFA told them they did not see this as a possibility of being even implemented, that they would have no idea on how to reconcile this. One thing to mention also is that the tax sharing agreements to be honored, they have no reconciliation process for that as well, because they don't know what the jurisdictions have done. So they could not give an implementation. They could not talk to that whatsoever. The one thing that us on the no side of things were recommending was to strike down those first 5 and just move forward with number 6, which is that all out-of-state tax. So currently our out-of-state tax from e-commerce is directed into a pool. That pool is a county pool currently, and all of that money goes into a pool based off of our sales tax percentage of the county as a whole. After the county keeps their portion, then we get a portion of that. So what we felt, or what I felt was fair, was that we pushed that forward, that it no longer goes into a pool, but goes to the jurisdiction to which it's being delivered. So for example, Wayfair, let's say, is out of South Dakota. They ship, I don't know, they ship some patio furniture to you. If it lands directly in Beaumont, then you would get all of that out-of-state tax. Currently, all of that out-of-state tax goes into a pool, and then we get our share. So that is moving forward. One thing to note about number 6 is that it does not require an amendment, a constitutional amendment. It can go through the regular legislative process. So that was the recommendation, and the motion that I seconded was to strike 1 through 5 and to move forward with 6 on its own. I felt it was a fair option. Every city benefits from it across the board. It's a fair and equitable discussion. And so they chose not to do that. And so they will be recommending this to the board. So one thing that I have as a recommendation for this council is that we consider our relationship with Cal Cities maybe moving forward. And then the other thing is this will be discussed at the Board of Directors meeting that is on February 19th and the 20th. We do not know if it will be on the 19th or the 20th. The recommendation is that the mayor and the city manager fly up there to have a discussion in public comment. So we will be arranging to plead our case in public comment to the Board of Directors with regards to this. The city has put in significant infrastructure for this type of business. And this could be, somewhere around a 9 to 12,000, I think, or 12 million, excuse me, cut in revenue for the city. So this is a significant impact to our operational budget. So it's definitely something we need to fight for. And that's my update.
Wow.
Questions, discussions? Was it informative? Hopefully. Okay, very good. I learned so much in this meeting, I have to tell you. I did. I sure did. And I wrote all of that down for us today so it could be a little smoother. All right, we will adjourn to closed session at 9:40.